Hello. Twitter has to be one of the absolute dumbest places, like, on the internet. I still don't know what I would rank as far as, like, lowest IQ comment sections. And it is, like, 90% of the time the comments. You can call them quote tweets, like, all you want. They are just comments toward another tweet. Hi, Nami. How you doing tonight? Did you fix that stuff with your bank, by the way? Anyway, back on on the freaking topic that I was mentioning here. Yeah, that could have that. There you go. There's something that you can do while you're freaking when you're bored. I mean, it's 8 o'clock now, so unless your bank has like an after hours call-in kind of deal, I highly doubt you can do anything about it now. Let me actually get some music before I go on my little freaking tangent here about Twitter being stupid, which, you know, sky is blue, water is wet, freaking... Where do I want to start? Oh, it's Tuesday. I know where I'm starting. Actually, what is it called? Can I... Of course I can't. Okay, if I go to medium icons, I can... I only need icons long enough to find... Why do I have two of the same thing? Are these the exact same thing? These are the exact same thing. Why are you... I know what thumbnail I'm looking for. Let me... Put this here. I just got to figure out where this song is. Not Daydream, that's not the one I'm after. There's one song I have on here that has Kosuzu as the image. And that's what we're starting with tonight. Assuming that it didn't disappear. A non-zero chance that it did. Ironically, I'm pretty sure that the Kosuzu one does have Goodbye Thank You has Lily White. That's actually the title that I was freaking hunting for. This is it. Whereabouts of Wind. Either way, Twitter's stupid. Again, water is wet, freaking... Sky is blue. Fucking, apparently the other day, Matara, mentioned something about Like the whole V Shoujo. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Well, I guess Shadow's getting his medications this week. Thanks for the hundo, Teber. Let me... recreate this, because it actually is one of those things that got lost during the... Well, you'd have a difficult time saying that due to the name on the freaking thing. Also, I guess I'm going in the jar today. I need to figure out where I can attach the jar to me in order for it to follow me, but also... So we got profile picture, chat makes tweet post thing, and then I'll be in the jar for today. I don't remember how I had this listed out, is the thing. Yeah, there was a T. Fuck. We'll do that. We'll just do that. And then we'll also do... Oh, wait, no. It was... That's, I believe, how I did it before. If not, then that's how we're doing it this time around, because having 6 different things on record is... Would you have played through all of Ninja Gaiden 4? Let me message sister and say that that's fair. I did. I need to remember to grab the jar before I freaking forget, because that is one of the things that we reached. Before I do that, I do want to do one thing. Because I want to get my new eyes over here, and I have no idea if adjusting the model is going to fuck with that. So let me get Live 2D open. Because the only thing that's been adjusted on this so far is the eyes, so I can just export for runtime. Sister says thank you. Output settings do not exist? What do you mean? What? The output settings very much do exist. Hello? Oh, t-shirt physics. Well, those don't exist anyway. Why does t-shirt physics even still exist? What? Delete t-shirt physics. I don't know. That never warned me when I originally did it. That's weird. We just overwrite the vBridger version. I think so. I think we'll call it New Eyes. And then I'll just be able to, like, directly port over literally everything from this. Because nothing changes aside from... one of the textures. Now let me... open this. New eyes, new eyes. New eyes. Copy that over to this. And I'll probably just, like, have all the exact same shit on it. Please load. There we go. Copy setup from another model. This, literally everything. I do have to fix the white outlines, but aside from that... we're in business, I think. How does this look with the, I'm surprised. The way that I did it, it still, like, works perfectly fine. When I widen my eyes from that, it shrinks a little bit and, like, the pupils actually come outward from it. But aside from that, everything's pretty much perfectly fine. Okay. Is it M? Yes. Let me shrink myself a little further. Where can I, how can I attach this to myself that this... The jar needs... I need to be smaller and the jar needs to be bigger. I don't want, like, the glass to make it to where it's hard for me to see, but... attaching it to the base of my neck, maybe. Yeah, there's a little bit of movement, but the base of my neck seems to work fine. Because it's a stable zone. Lock items. There we go. So let me also... do this. And then we shrink this heavily. That can go there. And then once we get to that goal, we we should have both Shadow and Crumble's medical expenses covered. And then even if we get absolutely nothing else the rest of the month, I consider it a success. Let me put us here. What was I working on? There's already something open on my freaking... I have nothing marked as recent in my Clip Studio? I mean, I guess that means that me clicking on recent won't accidentally open up the thing that I very much can't show on stream that I finished today. What the heck is going on? Did they? I mean, I haven't updated Clip Studio in a while. So we shouldn't be having stuff just automatically open. Not a model sheet. That's not what I'm after. I need print size. I do have to shrink myself here. Now give me one moment to... find myself a ref for Kosuzu. What is Kosuzu's surname? Moturi. No, that's highly pornographic. I know what image I'm looking for, vaguely. Or at least what idea I'm looking for. Can I look just holding books? I have holding book. Her, here, let me bring it up. Her Oh, that freaking... Firstly, I need to close, Live 2D. Yes, you can save that. But I also need to bring up Clip Studio for you guys. But This is kind of the idea I'm going for. I'm gonna see if there's another similar-ish pose. This one isn't too far off. I'm probably going to symmetry it in this case. Aside until we get to like the arms, obviously. And then the hair. I don't think I'll go full body. I think that what I'll do is I'll like do a bust. It is looking like there's only like 2 that really go into the look that I'm after. Because this one also has it. Let me double check to see if this is a... That was a flesh creature. Oh, did you find a place? Oh, did you find... Okay. Well, at least you found transport. Hopefully nothing freaking, you know, knocking on wood, obviously. Hopefully things actually succeed this time. I'm not even going to say go smoothly, because... At this point, it's like my freaking PC situation was until now. I just wanted to, like, results, you know? For you to actually have a reasonable place to live. One moment, I heard the door. Are they home? Oh, Lord. Alright, sorry about that. I also decided to eat a bit because they did bring pizza back. I do want to use her Lost Word images like my main reference, I think. Because that's the one that I had mentally for... Oh, right, this needs to be on... show on all layers. I do want a little point to this, not like too heavy, but that what I'm looking for. Head's too small if I do that way. We don't even need this, really. I want this to be a bit larger. Honestly, freaking... This down here. This can be as large as it freaking... Like this or something. Oops. I don't know, something like that. Which means that this here does need to shrink a bit. We got this. And these like cross like this. No, these are like a sharper angle. It's like this. Because then you have the book here. Yeah, that's about right. I may like tilt the head or something when we actually get there. Sketch line because the head just gets lined right off the bat. Oh, this doesn't have snapping on. I like that. Let me get my Bedu reference out first real quick. Because there is a chance that it doesn't matter as much. It's B-O, B-O, B-I, B-I, B. Oh yeah, her hair covers like the entirety of her head, so it doesn't... So this being imperfect isn't going to matter as much. Because realistically, this should be like here more. Nose is like right here about, and then mouth is like right here. Like a little lower. And then obviously this goes straight down the middle. I don't know how, like, set in stone I really want to do the eyes right now. Yeah, we reached freaking our $100 goal, which was putting me in the jar. actually freaking bring these things over to this scene. I can put that, like I did on the other scene, until we actually have more things show up. So realistically, once we get to 200, we've got the primary goal of all of this solved. So we're already halfway to, like, our primary goal. Let me freaking fade. This is just not even going to be freaking... I really just want these here so that I'm not being... We'll refine the face and eyes and all that later. Especially considering reflection is just in general going to freaking make things look weird. Like, obviously she's not gonna have the freaking cat mouth because that's not how her mouth works. Either of the characters, to be honest. And now we can bring sketch up. Let's also do the neck. Neck's gonna be like the back bit. I need to... These shoulders are way too large. This is probably also too large, to be honest. But it's easier to freaking mitigate once we get... And then I want... I'm not really worried about these crossing over each other, to be honest, right now. Then we have the hands, which are gonna be in a really weird spot to a certain degree. I kind of need to put the book in here. Technically, I really wanted to do multiple books. Yeah, the book kind of needs to be bigger. Well, the book does kind of like freaking meet like at the shoulders. The book is like here in the reference. These are massive fucking books, dude. In the reference image. Technically, they probably go further down here in the reference image. Because obviously they're probably rectangles. But Kosuzu has, like, these massive fuck-off sleeves that go out like this. But for this, we have, like... From here, the thumb goes up to, like, this. And then there's, like... knuckle. Like 3, 4. That is such a fucked up hand, dude. I think I'm making the knuckles too large is what I'm doing. You got like this. I mean, this honestly goes like further down here, to be honest. The way that this reference image is a little weird, dude. It's like here. It's where the finger like meets at first. And it goes like this. And then there's this finger here, which goes like this. And then the rest of these are like freaking barely anything. It's fucked up, dude. I mean, I know what I'm looking at here, kind of. We have this, which is the upper part. This goes down like this, and it curves up under. It's kind of like that to a certain degree. It's angled a little differently, but whatever. Actually, to be honest, I should be using the other hand more as the reference. Where it goes more like... Nope, we're definitely on a day that I freaking don't know what hands look like, dude. Which is really freaking funny considering the fact that my last freaking hand, my last Bedu art, the hands came out really well, despite the fact that I was doing an angle that I wasn't very familiar with, because let me find it. Because, I mean, this hand's a little fucky, but this hand came out really, really well, despite the fact that it's at an angle that I'm not used to drawing for hands. I don't know. I can hide this now. I don't need this. Let's see what we're working with here. Like, we have this hand here. We're also going to use this as, absolutely tiny. This will also help us size out if we did something wrong with the, palm. Or like the, arm, which we did. That's the thing, is we're trying to meet the arm with the arm. But we did something wrong, like, base. I mean, technically speaking, this should also be, like, back this way. So this should be like this. And this should honestly be even smaller than this, to be honest. So, like, realistically for this, this is the wrong thing anyway. This goes like this. Let me turn this down. This is like this. Which means that this, it also needs to be readjusted. We'll hide this, and then we'll do a new overlay from there. So this should be like about here. And then this one is to meet there. Hand still looks a little weird, but it's more reasonable. This needs, oops. Forgot that I was freaking soft shading earlier, so. This should be flattened a little more. But aside from that, it's not as bad as it was. I might just outright make the sleeves even longer, just because I like long sleeves. The checkered pattern is going to be like one of the rougher spots for me. But we have this goes out like this doesn't even fold. This goes out like this, and then it like has this bit that comes downward like this. This comes to meet like this. And then this like continues this way and then freaking down like that. I don't remember which side it crosses from. Just off of the top of my head. Oh, I did do it right. It doesn't even do that. It legit just crosses like this. Huh? Wait, what is this? The Lost Word image is weird to a certain degree. So the Lost Word image has This here is her apron. This, however, I have no idea what this is. It's like something here. It's white, so like the implication is that it's this. But why is it over the apron in that case? What the fuck? I don't know, sometimes I do wonder, like, some of the decisions that are made for, how outfits decide to work. What's this about? Yeah, I don't know. Oop, what did I just freaking hit delete on? Although I had this selected. I need to use the other reference more. Actually... I just get, like, a look at her outfit in general. Okay, so some... Because here's this, which I can't actually freaking... Of course it's on supported file format. So this actually has... what the explanation is. They took the shirt that's inside, and then they made it, like, come outward over top of the, her primary outfit in order to go over everything. So I'm guessing that's also the explanation for this outfit. I think that's her... I think that one's her actual appearance in Forbidden Scrollery. I wish that the sprites for izakaya were bigger. Because I do like using the design choices from them a lot. Hey Eli, how you doing tonight? Stream's not going too bad. I'm trying to wrap my head around some of the design decisions for how people decide to draw Kosuzu. So I want... Which one of these do I want on the top? So I want this. I do kind of want, like, the... And then freaking this goes down to like this, I think. How do I want to go about this? Can I get like a view of... Okay, they meet... The long sleeve bits seem to meet at the elbow. So... I do want this to go down like this. Because her long sleeve bits, like, just go and go and go. And I do want to, like, have this like this a bit. Just for... Like, we'll have the shading do the work for that once we get to that part. Every time I hear the opening of this song, I am reminded of the mouse. Hey, thanks for the stream streak. Words. Sometimes they're challenging. And this will go like this. And this. I'm not as worried about getting like these form fitting until we actually get like our set. All this goddamn brain work. I think that's like most people that English is their first language. And this goes like this. And this meets here. Like, English is the only language that I speak fluently at this point. But yeah, I'd argue that it's still my goddamn worst. A Targo emote. Thought I recognized that goddamned cat. This, honestly, I want to do this to where this like meets down when it comes to the and then freaking goes off from there. And the inner part doesn't matter, like, at all. It's either covered with the book or covered with the other sleeve. I mean, it's covered with the book is what it's just covered with the book. Oh yeah, because Targo got, like, gift subbed bombed, like, the other day. I think I also got hit by that gift sub bomb. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I did get hit with it. And then this has about here's where this meets. At this. This, and then this, like, frills upward. Until it gets down into there. This actually goes in further, I think. No, I'm looking at this version. Where's... Okay, so this layer goes in like this and then meets here. And then this side crosses over here, and then there is another layer inside this. This one wraps around here, and then wraps around like this. And then also does this. It's such a mess of lines, dude. Because it doesn't have any of my ruffles taken into account yet. It doesn't have freaking... Now we'll go here. Oh, my back. I also want to shrink her eyes a bit. I want to make them not as tall. Speaking of eyes, no one actually gets to see my eyes currently, despite the fact that they're updated. Because I want to have the jar be visible, so the jar just kind of freaking... It makes it nearly impossible to see. Oh, the eyes are going to get even more expressive. I didn't do any of the rigging that I intended to yesterday because by the time I was done spending time with family, it was like 3 a.m. And then I epilated, and then showered, and then I finished the art that I was working on because I only needed to do the shading, and I wanted to get it done just in general because I'd been passively, quote-unquote, working on it for like 2 months. I'd been busy with so much other stuff that I had kind of had the art fuck attack in progress for like 2 months. Just short of 2 months, I think. But I don't remember... I know that I started work on it shortly after I got the attack that inspired it, which was the 21st of September. So about a month and a half. But what I want to do is I want to get the rigging on this updated. Be with all the stuff that I learned from lists, and then commissions, and then catching up on rewards for friends that have made accounts on Blue Twitch, rewards for the PC upgrade-a-thon, rewards for... I feel like there's a third thing I had rewards for. And then obviously I gotta prep for December a little bit. I think I mentioned it to Kraka as to what all was on my list. Not too long ago. Commissions. Tebra's commission's on the back burner because... I mean, I gotta do work on the design, but, like, the actual modeling portion. The second art fuck attack's probably not gonna happen. I've got, like, a week left, and... I don't know. No, I guess that I did have everything accounted for. Obviously, this birthday is along the way as well, which is, you know, what we're working on tonight, but... But that's where we are currently. I do also want to... I think that tomorrow we'll work on, like, Liz's art. Because his birthday and his debut are on Friday. Juniper's anniversary is also this weekend, and I want to finally get another Juniper piece out. I have not drawn Juniper in a hot minute. I have an entire week after that, pretty much, until next Saturday where Pahi's birthday is, and I want to draw Pahi because he's another one that I haven't drawn in a hot minute. Yeah, that's the story of my life. So many arts, so little time. Pahi, after that's like that Saturday is the start of like a trio of busyness though, because Sunday's also Egg's birthday, and then Boysen's anniversary is on Tuesday. Which we're not going to be doing, we're not going to be Toho-ifying her because we did that for her birthday. We drew her as Chen. And then after that, I'm for the most part free, unless I feel like drawing Joel, until December 19th, where Other Eggplant's anniversary is. And I've basically ruled at this point that if I find out about a birthday the day of, then it's just getting put on the calendar and not bothered with until the following year. The only thing that we really got for Thanksgiving is my brother's wife invited us over to their house for Thanksgiving, but I don't know if I'll go. Christmas I'll be spending time with family, for sure. Thanksgiving, will probably be a late stream because I tend to have a tradition that I do with my father where we play through World at War. And I don't remember if it was last year or the year before that things were like super hectic, so we didn't actually wind up doing that. But it would be kind of nice to like test out some of the stuff that they've got set up over at their house now that renovations are like set up in a reasonable state for that. I do still try to stream every day. Depending on how things go, it might be an early short stream on Thanksgiving specifically. Like, if they go and visit my brother, I might stream while they're away. And... and then I have my stream for the day done. And then also have plenty of time to not have to worry about, like, rushing through, just enjoying time with family. Because when it comes to my my father and my sister, I actually enjoy spending time with them quite a bit. I just don't get terribly well along with my biological brother. He's got a He's got a bit of an ego on him. And he also freaking tries to freaking guilt trip to get out of things. Like, oh, I feel bad about X, Y, or Z thing because of X, Y, or Z thing being, you know, his own fucking decisions. I have little to no sympathy in regards to it. Most of us don't. But that's a topic that freaking I try and like skirt around a little bit because I don't like to freaking like harp on, you know, stuff related to Mom terribly often. I mention her for her birthday, and then I mention if I decide to do like a sort of I'll sometimes mention it around the anniversary of her passing because I'm still very thankful for the friends that I have / had around that time that helped me get through that point in my life. Either way. I am very low on my drink, so I'm going to get a refill on my drink. And then we will actually get to lining this. I got very distracted with eye stuff and whatnot. And then yapping about freaking my schedule being hectic to a certain degree. Let me... I don't need that. I need this. Which is... Is that behind me? No, it just didn't pop up. I want to put that up here now. And then... I want this to be on screen because I don't like showing off being in sketch phase too terribly much. Sketch phase is like the bane of my existence with any of this. Which is why I don't tend to like to sketch. I always want to try and sketch out like the starting stuff at least before I start stream, because I don't like spending 2 hours control Zing to fix minor mistakes. Granted, at the same time, if I freaking get through sketch normally, I have this problem where I want to keep going, and then next thing I know, I've got the entire thing fully rendered, and I'm like, well, fuck. Fully rendered asterisk. There's... How I'm feeling about a piece depends on... is like a major deciding factor on if I even decide to fully render or if I just want to do some, like, light cell shading or anything. I also need a stretch. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Either way, I'll be right back. Also run out a little early so that, you know, we don't have it 5 minutes after I get back. Oh. I am apparently just pissy, not pissing. Well, pissin', anyway. I think that's the first time that Okayu's version of Rabbit Hole's actually played on here in months. Why have I got the notification? Alright, let me move myself so that I'm not taking up the entirety of the screen, and then we'll get back into this. I really wish that you could, like, place a pinpoint as to where you zoom in and out from, rather than it being just the center of the model, because it does wind up leading to the problem where Twitch gets angry because you zoom in on your crotch. They linked up for a little bit there. There's some on one that's not on the other. Oh, some of them are in other orders as well. That's weird. Either way, advert slideshow can go away, BRB text can go away. Let's actually freaking get this starting to be detailed so that I stop wanting to die of embarrassment for how freaking how weird this looks. Once I respond to this message. Neck, because the neck is like the bottom bit. Until we do hair. That neck is really small. I'm realizing. I want the neck to be more like this. Because the neck should meet, like, the back of the head here. And then, like, come down to here. I want those to come, like, here. How far out on, like, actual Kosuzu does the neck come from? take this. Welcome back. And then we want snapping turned off so that this can continue its way down this way. Fair enough. I know not everyone can multi-stream drift like a madman like I can. Even then, sometimes I miss people constantly. We also want our dupes folder. Yeah, mobile, that definitely makes sense. Oops. Please remove snapping. Thank you. Sketch. Let's fade you a bit so that I can actually fucking see over you. Duplicate, move you into dupes. Shave this off. Shave this off. Right, mirrored. Yeah, I'm familiar with Baby No Money. I always want to call him BB Nos, and I know that like that was a running joke for a while that everyone just called him that despite what his actual like intended performance name is. I've only heard like one or two songs. The only song I hear people listen to most of the time is 1-800, which I have mixed feelings about. The beat's fine, but I don't know. It was like my first ever song that I heard by him, so it kind of like skewed my freaking perception because like Mouse's portion is kind of just ego stroking him. I don't know. I don't think that he's like a shit human being, but it is definitely skewed. That being my first ever song hearing from him has skewed my freaking brain chemistry a bit. I mean, a lot of people here love that song, so like. Had to remember what the fucking apron was. I think that, like, there was also a point when he, like, I don't know, he's, like, doing a song with Mythic and then, like, later censored over Asmon's face or something like that. Because he found out who Asmon was and that Twitter didn't like him. I think that's the only other time I've heard anything about him. Occasionally I'll see, a bunch of VTubers going like, "Oh yeah, can you collab with me?" Because he'll say, "Is there any VTubers that want to collab?" or something like that. And then he crosses my timeline for a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know him well enough to have any strong opinions. I know there's some people that don't like him because he just kind of freaking, you know, vibes with a lot of different people. And then some people that freaking... submissive and breedable. I forgot that Smosh exists again. That's weird to hear. Tebra's timeline's the same way. My timeline has a sort of duality going on with it. I mean, as long as you're not talking about my Twitter timeline. My Twitter timeline's freaking... just Toho and VTuber stuff. If we're talking about YouTube-wise, though, mine is like freaking 40k stuff, 40k stuff, 40k stuff, VTuber clips, 40k stuff. And then occasionally it'll be Civvy or Mandalore or Seth whenever they actually upload. Granted, freaking Ricky is friends with a bunch of VTubers, and Pancreas memes about VTubers all the time, so it might as well be freaking tangented from freaking VTubers at this point. And we've established multiple times that Toho and I actually haven't watched a whole lot of Maxor. I've watched more Maxor via other people than I have myself. But we've established that Toho and 40K's Venn diagram is just like 2 pixels short of being a circle. Regardless of what 40K fans want to freaking say. Because some of them are very anal about, oh, well, it can't be part of that. That's the spirit. I need to redraw Z. It's been a while since I've freaking drawn her. Because the last time I drew her was... Oh, fuck, this person's doing RimWorld. I'm gonna be pulled into it again if I freaking watch this. But Z I haven't drawn in... How long has it been? Not friend arts, OCs. Tabletop? Is that where I have her? It was so long ago that I was still freaking putting my year drawn on her. I drew on 9/11 last. 2022 was when Rogue Trader was. Good fucking lord, dude. Oh, I should probably actually save this. It's not what I want. I want this. I do want to erase this. Well. No, I want to... Okay, no, I want to... The kimono's body, I want to be separate from the sleeves, I think. Let's do hands. Okay, this is where the book will be. I mean, getting the basics down isn't, like, too bad when it comes to drawing. Especially if you, like... just freaking hyperfixate. The problem is that a lot of people wind up trying to get... They wind up looking up a lot of YouTube tutorials, and unfortunately YouTube still has a relatively high pollution of old videos. So you'll wind up freaking going like, I wonder how I draw this, and you get, buy my brushes or you're never gonna make it as an artist. I mean, it's a hobby at the end of the day. You don't really need to, like, you know, nose to the grindstone kind of deal. Even though it's, like, my primary freaking income source, I still classify it as a hobby for me. Depending on how tired you are, then you could just, you know, do it. Yeah, let's turn off snapping for this. I mean, it also kind of depends on, like... Some people have, like, work and whatnot to freaking do. So they can't just, like, stay up to freaking work despite having the energy to do so. I need to get a hold of Archie again and see if he wants to do another like arty stream. I kind of want to invite him on for this month's VTuber Vault, which I should hit him up to see if he wants to be a part of it this month for this month. Fuck. Yeah, hands and the sleeves are supposed to be on separate layers. Fuck, dude. Honestly, when it comes to this, it's easier for me to just freaking... Easier for me to just do that. Fuck, dude. This will have a little scrunch to it because of it going underneath this. Technically, this should be lower. Duplicate the hands, put them into the dupe slayer. Okay. We do not want snapping right now. These are slightly different. By design. Alright, the sleeves can be combined now, I believe. Do we have apron copy? will duplicate the apron. We'll have like the lower part of the apron and the dress be like separate. Kimono needs to be appears like symmetrical actually, so it can be shaved the way that it needs to be. And this part's easy. Snapping, please. I want to do the lower part of the apron. Maybe, yeah. Snapping off. Welcome back again. Hide sketch. That way I can actually fucking see here. This entirety is invisible. This in its entirety is gone. Yeah. That was a good call. Adding the freaking lower portions was definitely the play. Oh my god, my back. Let me... Not that. Interesting. Interesting. Let me check something real quick here. Had a feeling. It was one of those two. Alright, give me one moment. I really have to pee. And then we'll... I think we're on to hair? I mean, I also want to, I guess, get the face properly done rather than, like, as it currently is. And also draw the book. I guess that this is in a presentable enough state that I don't have a problem with leaving it as the primary thing. I will be right back, though. much better. I forgot that Targo's stare is just the toe. Cursed as hell, dude. I guess it's not the most cursed thing, because he did have that freaking Velveeta thing, like, over the weekend. That was a cursed freaking post, dude. What was that about under the bridge? I need to move Bedu's reference over to my primary monitor. That way it's not covering over... I'm not entirely sure what exact face I want to do. Considering there's no mesh that should be affecting the jar right now where I have attached it, it really makes me afraid for when there is actually a mesh. How it's attached. I mean, there was Go Robot and then Other Side. I don't know which one which one it was that was playing when you sent that. I almost need to freaking look at the frame that I got this eye shape from again so that I can get it back in my brain. As to how exactly it is. Those are facing outward, which is not good. I wish that there was an easy way to reflect, like, rotate something. But even, like, the actual move reflect, brush that I know exists. I mean, yeah, I kinda do. Let me see if I can find it again. I mean, I have a, like, image. Because I have this, which is, kind of a freaking one-to-one of it. Let me see if I can find the actual reference, though. If not, I know where I can find it. Let's see here. Oh, my references folder's just full of squiggly. Oh, that doesn't have it in it. Give me like 2 seconds. I can freaking... Think. Maybe not. I mean, I have it. I have the freaking, like, original video that I got it from, so I could theoretically just grab it from that. But I have no idea if that'll fuck with the music. Where are you?
We are under attack!
Jesus fucking Christ. Oomst. Ovi, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? We are getting very sidetracked while trying to work on Bedu's birth myths art. But for those that are just joining in, hello. I normally look more like this. Normally not in the jar. Let me hide this for a second. And let me bring this up. I'm Nasu. I'm an interdimensional archivist VTuber from the world of Syncope. I'm also an artist / rigger I rigged my own model, drew all my own assets, all that jazz. Alright, enjoy the assumedly rest at this hour. And I'm currently in the middle of my yearly November event known as Nostalgia November, where I basically play games that are nostalgic to me, go through various other things that are nostalgic to me, and draw things semi-related to it, mostly related to friends and whatnot, as a result of that. I've also, for the past few years, had it become a sort of fundraising event for the kitties. This year I am raising money in order to... well, Shadow's medication's already paid for. Currently, the next goal is to get Crumble's checkup / vaccines. Let me actually hit the right fucking thing. But that's what the talk subject is about. That's over here. I keep forgetting to take down. There's various rewards for different donation amounts and also for each goal that is reached. And after we reach the 200 goal, which should cover Crumble's vet bills for his checkup and vaccines and everything, it will be about a 50-50 split between a rainy day fund for the kitties and also for me to cover living expenses for a hot minute, because I am officially becoming a homeowner. But currently, I am a little sidetracked because I hide this. I'm showing off why I draw eyes the way that I do now. Also, I need to readjust myself back to being jar-sized. I almost want to redo this. And actually do it as more than just like a paint over kind of deal. Thank you. We still got a little bit of renovation work to do, but we have made a lot of progress. But this is... I saw this frame in a video that I was watching and really liked the way that the eyes are. The original source from it's also pretty good. Not just the source from the video itself that I watched for it. But I can't exactly go into too much detail on that over here. But I really liked the way that the eye shape is. I thought it was a relatively unique. So I decided to pick that up for my pupils. And that's where we are now. Which I also need to update the 3D model, because it was using the old color that I used for my pupils for this model. So it's a little hard to see in VR. I also, in general, just need to actually, like, bake in textures and whatnot for that model. But that is reserved for December, because I know that if I don't freaking save 3D modeling for December, then I'll never freaking stop trying to perfect my 3D modeling. Can I get a decent look of a mouth shape? I mean, yeah, I can, because I can just use the actual reference for Bedu's mouth shape. Her mouth is honestly a bit more narrow than that. How does that look? And it'll look better once there's actually a tongue in there as well. Which I might not even do the line for the tongue, I might just freaking paint the tongue in once it's actually there. My sound test keeps breaking because my phone is on fire right now. I kind of like the wider mouth to a certain degree. I don't know. Having the freaking faded lines is throwing off my brain. Also, I need to turn down or off my... No idea where the heat is from. I mean, the answer is my heater. I have no idea why it's oddly warm in here right now. Sure, we'll go there. Let me close this before I freaking... Maybe it's that I need, like, thinner lines for the teeth. Yeah, I definitely don't want to freaking have the, It's actually blockier, it looks like. Like connects just barely like that. And by that I mean for my sanity I need to have that there, otherwise I'm gonna freaking wind up with I don't know. I'm gonna freaking play around with this for far too long, knowing my sanity wavering. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I like it at all. Maybe we just do a standard smile. My brain doesn't want to cooperate, I guess, right now with freaking... Be better when she's not bald. I do want to shift the eyes down a bit. And then I want to shift the nose down a bit. And I want to move the mouth down a bit. Maybe. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is if I feel like changing it later, I can do that. Simply so I don't spend 17 hours freaking trying to perfect it and failing. Because Christ knows that... I have a bad habit of just deciding to fucking fight for 50 hours on one little thing if I don't cut myself off. The good thing about Bedu is that I don't have to freaking fight with ears for 15 minutes. I mean, I try my best not to be a perfectionist, but it kinda just happens from time to time. Sometimes it's gotta be perfect freaking overtakes my brain, despite me saying that I've, you know, perfectly well learned, finished not perfect. But what do you do? Does Kosuzu have any headgear? I mean, she has the bells in her hair, but I'd... Betu does have the twin tails, kinda. Here. Interesting. Betu's twin tails are not or not twin tails, but her front, like, bang bits are not symmetrical. What I need to do is I need to... Just the middle section of the hair, just freaking bald. I do need to do this, re-enable snapping, and then... Because I need that as a reference point for where this is going to meet. forgot to remove my snapping. But this meets up here. And then this other side. This meets up here. This meets up here. Actually meets up like here. This should technically be lower. Oops. Wrong layer. And we invert the selection. There. Nice. Alright, I want to redo this just in general right now. How's that look? That's better. So what I need to do really is... Technically this all needs to be shifted further this way. Because this shouldn't meet with the eye like at all. I also need to... enable snapping, firstly. The way Bedu does her eyelashes is interesting. She has all of hers concentrated on like each side, like none in the middle. Can I actually freaking... did this wrong. So this is like a large fleck out this way. Put it like that. No. This one's like straighter. This one, however, flex upward notably more. Yeah, I'm not actually opposed to that. And then we want... She doesn't actually have lower lashes on her model, but I like doing lower lashes. These might be a little large. Actually, those are very large. There we go. The hair can come back now. Back to this. I made a mistake. My snapping was not on when I did this. That's unfortunate. keep the top of the head for reference point. And then this needs to connect. This needs to like meet ish in this general direction. A drawing program? I mean, a program's basically just a medium. That son of a bitch. It just kind of affects your workflow kind of deal. Where your buttons are, what brushes you can access, stuff like that. Unless you mean like a drawing tablet or something. A drawing tablet is arguably easier on the hand. Again, it's up to personal preference on that to a certain degree, but I definitely find having a tablet is, for me, better than Nope, I lost my train of thought. My brain is mush. Gigi's song has a habit of freaking frying my brain. Complimentary, I suppose. Because that's, I mean, freaking getting a reaction out of you is, kind of the intent. You know, singing from the heart and like that. Alright. Turn on snapping again. Song. I'm so tempted to freaking remove just because of how infrequently I listen to it. Hmm. How do I want to go about this? Do I even want to have that fleck at all? It is kind of convenient that Bedu has the twin tails, because it does mean that I do get to put the bells on her head. I mean, theoretically, I could have done it anyway. I could have just added twin tails to freaking put the bells on her head. this tied to? What is this? Oh, for some reason... Okay. Interesting. Easy solution, at least. These are gonna look like dicks. I don't know why the bells are designed like penises, but yeah. Guess that's where we are now. Not entirely sure if it is okay. Duplicate the twin tails. Honestly, this should be... a little thinner. Alright, now we need to stabilize this to... Oops. There, a little bit better. This still needs to be freaking curved a little, but yeah, whatever. I don't care. I need to get myself some food soon. Right now, I do need to pee. Also, I can, like, hide this ruler right now. We're pretty much done as far as line work goes. It's actually kind of amazing as to how, things actually came together, given how rough the beginning was. I will have to freaking turn Symmetry Ruler back on to make the book before, and then we'll obviously have to, you know, erase anything behind the book. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna not zoom into my crotch. And then I just spend the rest of my time face first into the camera. What is this? How long is this? I'll go to this one. Shout out to anyone that remembers this gem. My brain's frying on what order of operations I need next. Oh, this isn't the sketch. This is post-line work. Because technically, like, this is like the freaking guides. And then the stuff that was down here was sketch. I do need to still get the book. This comes back for now. Bring this back. Alright, fuck you. Turn off snapping because we also need to shave off this. Turn snapping off on this because this actually Be visible down to here. Snapping can come back for this. I completely forgot that I freaking didn't move myself at all. I can remove that. Technically speaking, I could leave myself here if I really wanted to, but it would obscure a chunk of the actual piece, even more than the jar being over here does. Okay. This can disappear again. Bedu is pale as shit, dude. I thought that Nasu was pale. I can use the freaking purple-hued sclera for Nasu. I actually have to freaking go stark white for the sclera on Bedu, otherwise it doesn't appear. Actually, it might still appear, but never seen who before. Bedu? Bedu streams on the opposite side of the day from when I do. I rarely am able to catch her streams as of recent due to my sleep schedule. Because she is Swedish. And has a normal human sleep schedule, unlike my freaking rat ass. I didn't realize how blue Bedu's eyes were. I've even found myself able to catch fewer and fewer streams as of recent, just due to most everyone that I follow moving into either times that I'm asleep or similar schedules to mine. So we're both live at the same time, and I don't really have stream... I don't have streams open while I'm live. Aside from very particular instances. I think the last time I had a stream open while I was live was Rayor's debut. I'm debating if I want to go whites as the base or if I want to go reds as the base for the checkered. Also, thanks for the follow, Monstrous. Well, subscription, I guess, more operatively. This can go away. Let's see where I want to go next on this. It's mega. We could listen to that. What is that? What is this? I do kind of want to listen to some mouse right now. Now, the red or the white first? We'll use red as the base. It's easier to see. Simple answer. And her dress is actually green. And then this is going to be white. This is... I love how I said that I was going to fucking... Ba 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 ba. I'm gonna shift this further into the red. It's a little too orange for my liking for that. I don't know why I'm grabbing white. White's like easy. This is also a little further into the yellow than I want for my green. And then I want this book to be a deeper blue, I think. Shift it a little more in toward gray. I don't want it to be like a terribly stark, bright color. I almost feel like I need to expand the lines on this. Because the lines on the book are a bit thin. Her bells are really small in this image. Grab that color. Ooh, I don't like that actually. Start off with the yellow, I guess. Ugh, fuck. Ooh, that's my shoulder. At least want to get the eyes a little more defined before I freaking end. I'll turn this back on for now. Just a little. I may soften this a bit. And then And one thing I definitely need to do is... Where is... This needs to be faded a little bit. And the inner ring also needs to be faded a bit, I think. Both of these. I don't want them to be as, like, bright, because not everyone has the freaking luminescence in their eyes. There. Not as striking now. You want to lighten a little bit. I like the base level. Lighten the middle up here a bit so that the pupil stands out a little more. Not that. That's weird. I thought that Bedu's pink accents were on more of her hair. And then it's also... I like this portion of this hair. And the only spot that it really is, like, a fade of sorts is here. And then, like, this portion of the underside of the hair. No, I haven't. I've only heard a handful of Mori songs. I forgot something important. Oops. No snapping. Fuck. That was a close one. I'm debating what I want to have for dinner tonight. Oh yeah, I have a few of Persona's songs on this playlist. I've never played Persona, but I do have Last Surprise and Rivers in the Desert on this playlist. Multiply down to 30. If I just grab this from here, will that work? Come on. I mean, this honestly is the underside of this, so it's gonna be shaded anyway. Interesting. I need to turn off snapping for that for future reasons. Oops. Honestly, these are symmetrical, so not that. The annoying part is that when you freaking collapse to multiply, it stays at the enable snapping on this, and we'll re-enable snapping on this. Really hate when this happens, where for some reason occasionally a collapse like this will just respawn the gaps. I don't understand it. Oops. Re-unenable snap. Now I think this goes over top of this, actually. These will lose like 90% of their definition once we're done with them. They'll have even less definition than the shading will. So I'm not really all that worried about them being like perfect. I think I like the like shadow parts being over the highlights more. That's thanks to the hydrate. I really needed that. These need snapping re-enabled. I mean, I sometimes post them in the Discord. If it's requested to be put in the Discord specifically, I'll put it in the Discord. I want... No. Removes too much of the freaking definition up in these. Come on. I'll just leave these. Okay. This is one case where in the middle of all my freaking rendering and whatnot, I am going to fucking save because that hair took a long fucking time on its own. Ah, Swiggity, my beloved. I want that to be brighter. I don't know if I want... this to be as dark. Alright, now for the fun part. Can I please grab the thing that the color that I'm trying to grab? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll coast our way up the arm. And then we'll pull it like this. And then this will... No. Oops. It's not bad, I guess. Does it go all the way up to the chest? Or does it end at the sleeves? It also goes up here. It's up to artist interpretation how big the checkers are, apparently. Now I just need to clean this shit up. Because we have... Is there a better way to do this? Interesting. I had that on there twice. Mum. Please don't snap. Expand by 2 pixels. And then I invert. And then I should be able to... Okay, that should be that solved. And then when it comes to this... Nothing else to really use as a reference point on that. So hopefully that doesn't look too weird. I might have made the arm bits a little too lengthy, but... Alright. Grab both of these, duplicate them, move them into dupe. This is the only color layer that I'm going to duplicate, I think. Just because of how weird it is. Up here real quick. Then we get to shade the cloth, which is actually kind of fun. Hi, little one. Son of a bitch! There's a goddamn hole in my pants. Ugh. I'm debating if I want to freaking set small sketch like a discount for Christmas again. I did that like 2 years ago. And then someone else freaking... And then Tepper redeemed to get it like knocked down to even lower. I guess it depends on how my freaking schedule's looking by then. Granted, apparently people sticking around for like 5 minutes. My fucking god, dude. How hard is it to freaking keep me signed in? Either way. But yeah, it freaking Ray got hers basically up to freaking a full art piece by the end of it, and then I just upgraded it the rest of the way to a full art piece for her Blue Twitch. Congrats for making an account. Which is another thing I gotta work on. That's something I can't work on, you know, on stream over here, obviously. I'm just gonna freaking... This one just gets full. I mean, Ray's, like, my level of pathological lurker. That's fair. I mean, I know that, like, especially when it comes to art streams, a lot of people use it as, like, background noise, either for whatever streamer it is, radio or what have you. Or working on other stuff. Because, like, I'll lurk in Coldie's stream a lot, because I don't have to hunt down, you know, music for myself if she's playing music. Fuck, I meant to freaking unshuffle. Ah, fuck. I hit the wrong button on that as well. Da, 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 da. Where are you? This. Which one? I know a few different Ghost VTubers. I mean, obviously the main one on YouTube would be Mint, but I'd assume that you'd just say Mint if it was Mint. What are you? What are you? Sleeves. Don't think I'm familiar with them. It's still got snapping on it. Wonder if that's fucked anything up. Honestly, this is pretty much entirely interesting. Apron. Shit. When it comes to the apron, I can just keep snapping on. Hey Leah, how you doing tonight? Not too bad. Tired. Because I've been stupid and not freaking sleeping at times that I should, to be honest. Go hold them and read things? What do you mean? Do I want to put any real highlights on the... because we reached 200, or we reached 100, which has put me in the jar. It also means that we have secured Shadow's medication. The good news all around. Oh yeah, I definitely know how the position that you're in, so I don't exactly hold it against you. You need to take care of yourself first, for sure. Thought of me? Ah, gotcha. Holds the ghost. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. We do this. Is this gonna look too shiny is the question? It is going to look too skin-like if I freaking don't do it stark white, that's for damn sure. I don't like it. It makes it look too rubbery. The latex look looks fine for, like, well, as it just showed, the Tenga outfit, and not so much for, like, this cloth. We might actually be about done, though. I won't be posting it publicly until tomorrow night? Yeah. Because I don't want to post it until it is Bedu's birthmas. What do I have scheduled for tonight? Speaking of which, though. I'll just stay over on this screen since I am pretty much done. Wildcard day. Even I don't know what I'm doing today. We may just do more art because because it's a weekend that's like very busy as far as like I established. Thursday is Liz's birthday and anniversary. Well, debut, which so I listed as Tuperversary because it's going to be his anniversary after this year. On Saturday is Juniper's anniversary, which actually I will hop back over to this. We may bust out an old idea that we abandoned way back when. Let me do one thing. Let me file, import image, models and assets, logo. Let me signature this. I would have laughed if this showed up in reverse, and it turned out that this whole time that I was, working in reverse, I would have had... I mean, I could have easily just flipped the hair. So it wouldn't have been that bad. Oh, I also should I also do wanna... I'm not worrying about my anniversary stuff until... until at least December. I don't want that to be that color. I also really wish this would stop freaking changing. I don't want... I kind of want the entire freaking text to be visible, to be honest. At least as much as... at least to a certain degree. Good enough. Honestly, fair enough. Knowing everything that you've been going through, I can definitely understand focusing more on IRL stuff. Let me also save the Clip Studio version of this. I might change things around a little bit. Like small details and whatnot. But let me show the thing that I may revisit. Fan art streamers? This. I had this idea like freaking 6 months ago or something, right before Juniper's birthday. So I might do this. It's sort of inspired by Faith the Unholy Trinity. Either way. I've gotten really good at freaking bolting toward that. Let's see who there is to raid. I really need food. I did remember, though, that I do have spaghetti that I can just... eat up. That's not what I want. Oh, is it? No. Go project. There's a Pahi, there's a red. Have I rated red recently? I rated Pahi recently. Why is Pahi Eweedy? I have not rated Pahi recently, so I think that's who we'll go for. Yep. Streaming every day this month because of Nostalgia November. I suppose, though, that speaking of which, I don't know what tomorrow is going to be. I'll figure it out when I get there. Like I said, probably art. When we start the raid, there's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter, and I keep updating things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like we were working on tonight. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I don't know exactly what's going on tomorrow. That's the best way to figure it out. Or just show up when it happens. I should be same as usual. 8 o'clock, unless something happens. That being said, that's all I really got for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz. And I shall see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.